front of them.
Alex Petty was gunned down by ICE. He was gunned down by Trump's private police, his giddy private terrorist army. Angle after angle has come out showing this broad daylight beatdown and murder of a VA nurse who was just filming ICE and then protecting and helping a woman. An act so horrific that it's been indefensible by everyone that will actually take the minute to look at the video and not just listen or read this administration's lies, except the worst of them, right? You've got people like Stephen Miller, Greg Bovino, and Kristi Noem and the government, the talking heads who manufacture consent for them in exchange for money, power, and access on TV and social media, and the people who pray at their feet. They called him a domestic terrorist, a would-be assassin who brought a gun to inflict maximum damage on ICE agents despite every angle of video before, during, and after showing that that is just a lie. He was filming, ICE escalated, they beat the shit out of him, it looks like they then disarmed him, and they shot him in the back repeatedly. The Trump administration and the Republicans are telling you not to believe your lying eyes. Lies so egregious that even the normies are, they've just wanted to wait this out and focus on their own lives. They're having to say, what the actual fuck? This is wrong. This can't happen here. But then things are still so far gone that you have so-called freedom lovers with their don't tread on me flags who used to preach First and the Second Amendment rights going, oh, well, he should have complied. He shouldn't have been there. He should have been at home. He shouldn't have shown up with a gun that he didn't pull out, a gun that he legally was allowed to have and was registered, though those same people will go, oh, well, Kyle Rittenhouse, he's a hero for showing up with a weapon strapped to his chest. And they're exposing themselves as frauds who, when they say don't tread on me, they've really just meant don't tread on us. You can tread on them, obviously. And I need you to understand, they have been projecting for years, right? Talking about these rights. We need these to protect against a tyrannical government that villainizes gun owners, enters your home without a judicial warrant, who would kill them in the streets for exercising their First and Second Amendment rights. A government that protects pedophiles and the elites who prey on everyone else. Amazing how we still don't have those Epstein files because of Trump and his goons, but that's who they run cover for now. Apparently, right, they were saying we needed those protections because they were thinking, well, if I was in power, that's what I would do, right? They would disregard our constitutional rights and destroy opposition, right? And all the while, you've had Trump calling the people against him animals, right, to make their murders feel normal or okay, not of a level where you have to have empathy or feel human connection, yet every day, they are the ones who act like animals, who terrorize and kill your neighbors. These people should be prosecuted, and I mean from the president all the way down to his faceless, nameless mass goons killing Americans with impunity and terrorizing our communities. They should be held responsible for the terror that they're bringing, for the lives that they are taking, and I will support any candidates that promise investigations, and then more importantly, because we all have eyes and ears on the evidence, prosecutions. None of this pussyfooting Merrick Garland pacing, right? We cannot function and move forward as a society if rot is allowed to stand and monsters aren't held accountable. I've been angry and I've been vocal, but when I was watching those videos yesterday, I just wondered, have I actually been angry enough? It felt like something snapped in me where I had to take a minute because if I immediately reacted, I feel like I would have said things that I would have regretted. But also, I have to ask, like, for people watching, if you're not angry, how? Why? If you are also around people who aren't angry, and maybe if they are, but they're also not speaking up, How? Why? What will it take before it's your door that they're breaking down, before it's your family they're trying to bring in on bogus charges, or your friend that they gun down in the street and then lie on their name? There's more of us than there are of them. Like, we lose and die when only a few are brave enough to stand up. That has kind of been the story of the world, and that has been the story of America.
It's good to hear Philip speak up. I've been stomped by these fascists all my life. I won't fight them. I mean, I'll fight them, but I won't kill them. I don't think killing is gonna solve this. Left me to fight by myself. What the fuck was this? You deserved it. What the fuck are you doing? You're still up by yourself. Can I get a heal for once? What are you doing? Fuck! Kill him! Yes! No, they're back now. We didn't get this because these guys don't know what it is. 18 seconds. Please let me roll. He couldn't do it. Couldn't get the kills that matter. 28 and 4. Yeah, of course. Thanks, Blizz.
I know all of us have seen the videos of what is basically the execution of Alex Preddy. I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis
Ghouls.
You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse, there is no justification, and it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave bystanders. As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think the second video came out. In the second video, you can hear that Alex Pretty's last words were, "Are you okay?" Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Pretty just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him. And like I said, I'm not going to go frame by frame.
What are you doing?
To my eyes, the last
I need
thing
you to stop this now. I need you to stop this now.
that Alex Pretty did was to help others. And look, my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves the same rights. And it doesn't justify or justify less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look, I'm gonna try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, thinking the same thing. Whether you're a lawyer or a layperson, I think we're all absolutely enraged, not only by the loss of Alex Pretty, but Renee Good and everyone else who has been pushed aside and has been caught in this web of what is clearly illegal action from our federal government. Like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Pretty and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us. And there's a reason why they were gunned down. It's because they put themselves out there. And by God, that's commendable. And we need to continue to stand up because they did too. And look, you don't need to be a lawyer to know that their shootings were not justified. But I think we need to take a step back too to recognize that, ICE and CBP shouldn't have been there in the first place. They have no right and no duty to do crowd control, to be on the front lines using weapons against protesters. These people should not be armed. We've sort of grown inured to it, but they are not enforcing criminal law. Even when they are enforcing immigration laws, which they are not right now, it is state-sponsored protest control of people exercising their First Amendment rights. At best, they are enforcing regulatory and civil laws, and there's no reason they should have firearms in the first place. I don't even think should have less lethals like pepper balls, and they shouldn't be using tear gas and pepper spray and bear spray on protesters. That's insane. It would be as if we gave every postal worker and every person who delivers the mail, an AR-15 They don't need it to complete their duties, and it's insane that they have been armed and are wearing flak jackets and are obviously wearing masks for no other reason than to obscure their identity and prevent accountability. Obviously, the shootings are unjustified, but the entire situation that recently Alex Preddy unfortunately found himself in, and the woman next to him, they should not have been pushed aside by these putative federal officers for exercising their First Amendment rights. They should not have been restrained. They should not have been pepper sprayed while they were restrained. And of course, they should not have been shot and murdered while they were prone and restrained. None of that. The entire situation should not have happened. 3,000 ICE and CBP officers should not have been deployed to Minneapolis in the first place. I will echo what some legal commentators have said. This is basically stochastic terrorism. If you send 3,000 untrained psychopaths with guns into a place where people are angry, where they are not effectuating the law, you don't know who's going
America.
to die.
That's
but
what
you know
America
that
is
people
now.
are going to die.
You guys have been living
And
safe with
I
way in
think
your
that
sleep
President
or
Trump
whatever.
and I think that Stephen Miller have blood on their hands, because this is what they wanted. It's honestly incredible that the people of Minneapolis and Minnesota have shown as much restraint as they have, and that they have not taken the bait, and they have not responded to violence with violence. And that's incredible. And it deserves commendation. Not the least of which because they're not going to be the last. It's going to come to other cities, predominantly blue and majority Democratic cities, because what ICE and CBP are doing is a terror campaign. It is a pretext that they are effectuating anything related to immigration at this point. And also, I will point out that there are a lot of people doing a lot of good. There are a lot of lawyers working overtime. Right after this happened, lawyers who had already received a temporary restraining order saying that ICE could not employ unconstitutional methods to restrain and punish all of the protesters, filed an emergency motion with the Court of Appeals to lift an administrative stay that was put in place, which is a thing that often happens. And it's insane that they would need a TRO in the first place to restrain these people en masse from conducting unconstitutional raids and unconstitutional methods. But the declarations from people who were on the scene and saw Alex Preddy shot with their own eyes, it's crazy that lawyers would respond within a few hours and get that in front of a judge. It's also, there was some parallel litigation from the Minnesota Bureau in charge of the investigation that was stymied by ICE, which is another thing for another day. Within a few hours, they had a motion in front of a judge seeking a temporary restraining order to prevent ICE from destroying evidence because they already mucked up the crime scene. The declarations and affidavits from people in support of that are also incredible. And another incredible thing that is within 2 hours, a Trump-appointed judge granted the TRO. And these are not perfect mechanisms. It's something that in the past has helped to prevent ICE from destroying evidence, which I think they did in the case of Jonathan Ross when they took all of the stuff out of his house and put it God knows where. It probably goes without saying, but it's unfortunate and it's crazy that we cannot trust federal officers in the first place, but we also cannot trust them to investigate. There are also things that Congress can and should do immediately. Obviously, they should not fund ICE in the future, but that's the table stakes. We need to have serious curtailment of the immunity that exists. Federal officers do not have absolute immunity, but they do have strong immunity, and it is incredibly difficult to sue the federal government when you have had your constitutional rights deprived. Obviously, there's qualified immunity on a state level when state actors do that. It would be unbelievably easy for Congress to amend the current laws to provide a right of action for people to be able to sue, to remove qualified immunity unnecessarily, and to prevent all of this stuff in the future, because the current framework for immunity for people who commit heinous crimes like these, I think it's untenable and it's disgusting. And then, of course, the people who are responsible for this at the very top need to be impeached. This is an impeachable offense. Like I said, I truly believe that this is, or some version of this is exactly what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller wanted. and in some sense, they have gotten what they wanted, and now it's time for them to be removed from office because they are absolutely unfit from top to bottom. It needs to be removed root and stem. And if you thought it couldn't get any more craven than it is, within hours of Alex Pretty's shooting, Pam Bondi sent a letter to Governor Tim Walz saying that if they would turn over voter information, then they would withdraw ICE from Minneapolis. So if you want a confession that this was never about immigration and that on some level this is about winning the next election, and that if you thought that these people couldn't get any more craven, they can, and they will, and they did. I'm flabbergasted from everything that's happened. The thing that I keep coming back to is how incredible the people who are resisting are doing in the face of such adversity and how they are rising to the occasion. I believe Attorney General Bondi said that this country was formed for respect for law enforcement. I actually think that could not be further from the truth. This country was formed by resisting and rebelling against tyranny, and that tradition is what I think people point to when they say that we engage in American activity, and we should continue to do so. I know people want to do something, and our options are limited. One thing that you can do that was recommended to me by commentator Will Stansel, who is on the ground in Minneapolis, is to donate to the Lawyers Guild of Minnesota, the ACLU of Minnesota, or Minarca of Minnesota. They are on the ground providing legal relief to the people who have been caught up in this terrible web, and are helping out the people who have been victimized by this reign of terror. So I'll leave some links in the description for that. Yesterday was a really, really bad day, but there are some glimmers of hope, and it shows that they'll come for the best of us.
There's no hope.
That
the fascists will fuck us to death.
That we can fight back.
It's happened all my life. There's no hope. The fascists will fuck us to death. God herself will have to stop them. Jesus Christ, you're like over here by yourself. Jesus Christ, you're like over here by yourself and you like body block the shots for you.
let's go around.
Some of the agents are rushing forward. Jesus Christ.
God damn. Go.
Running after some of the protesters.
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so fucking important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
We are near the intersection of 26th Street and Nicolay here on Minneapolis' South Side, where a crowd of protesters has gathered and started building this barricade across the road. While just here, off to the side, John, if you can take and show that, we're seeing state authorities, state and local police taking up positions here. John, tear gas. Tear gas canister landed right at our feet here. You see there the pepper spray also being fired into the crowd.
You're looking here into the intersection of Nicollet and 27th, where federal agents are firing off more tear gas canisters and what sounds like flashbang grenades. There are more tear gas canisters are just deployed, including right at our feet there. Actually, that was a flashbang grenades, and there are agents who are spraying out pepper spray.
You little bitches and cowards! You can't use shit without your little gun!
John, let's pull back here.
Fucking asshole! Fuck these fucking pricks! Fuck them!
for 30 minutes. Sissy. Sissy.
What the fuck? Put a gun
See there, the agents are firing off gas, firing off tear gas, firing off.
Jesus Christ, this is most of these guys' first time. I've seen this like 20 times. I've seen it 20 times. I don't want to do it again. It's a weird feeling.
Spray firing off flashbang grenades into this crowd just for walking up to them, and protesting.
Did you wait? You should have pressed the advantage, you idiots.
More tear gas being fired off. There's a cloud that's now encroaching on where we're standing, and you see more of it. They're fizzling, spraying out into the street. John and I are taking a break from the gas that is just, they fire off so many fucking tear gas canisters down here into the street that it creates not just a little localized plume as will happen when you fire off one, but it creates this massive cloud. And I'm not sure if it comes across on camera, but my eyes are watering, stinging from this tear gas. And just goes to show how imprecise of a weapon it is. They fire it down the street at protesters. It creates this huge cloud that ends up wafting into everyone, back to their positions where they're standing, into us and the press, into protesters who are standing in a place where the federal agents aren't harassing them, and also into homes and businesses. This is a residential neighborhood. This is a residential neighborhood with a small corridor of business, a little downtown area where we're standing. You see federal agents moving out on 27th now, running after some of the protesters. Seems like trying to effect an arrest. You see there, they tackled someone into the ground.
What kind of war zone in our city, boys? Thanks for doing nothing to help anyone. Get out of here. Look at you. Look at you. This is an American city, dumb fuck.
agents are kicking tear gas into the crowd and have started to pin some of the protesters here in this parking lot. You all right?
No.
Hey, come on. Anybody got water? Water? Water!
Water!
Water here. John and I are shaking off the effects of that tear gas right now. We're out here to be journalists, but we're people first. And there were people who federal agents had trapped in a parking lot there. And we're just absolutely blanketing it with tear gas. And the people who could not see to get out of the parking lot, we brought a couple out and brought them over to where they can get access to water while John and I blink away the effects of the tear gas ourselves. And I'll note that there are people in houses down here who are tossing water bottles out their windows.
Good neighbors! Yep, good neighbors.
Good neighbors, as people from the crowd are calling out. Dumping water bottles out their windows so people can clear their eyes, wash their faces.
Right.
Try to better themselves.
You did the assignment wrong!
You're seeing here some of the remnants, the tear gas canisters and flashbang munitions that went off here. These authorities here in the riot gear are actually U.S. Customs and Border Protection. So not local authorities at all. This is federal authorities still. Just want to point out that the press had taken up positions up on a snowbank here off to the right. And they've been completely tear gassed out. You see this massive cloud. This is what I'm talking about. They throw so many canisters that it creates this massive cloud that is wafting throughout this entire neighborhood.
What are you doing? You just shot someone and you're terrorizing us! What more can we take? Fuck you!
I'm moving up there. We're seeing federal agents. This parking lot that we're standing in are creating a little bit of a perimeter here at the one exit from this parking lot.
We're a whole fucking family!
And I'll note that what you're seeing here is not the totality of the federal response. All those dozens of agents that you see out here right now, this is just one side. We're on the southern end. There are multiple other sides. I'm hearing tear gas go off. It sounds like to the west. And you see the agents there standing at the front of the line. They're firing some kinds of munitions there into the crowd.
They are throwing tear gas!
Yep. Now they're firing tear gas canisters into the crowd. Well, the agents are rushing forward.
They are chasing down protesters.
Yep, the agents here were following them as they rush into a side parking lot, seemingly after some of the demonstrators have tackled another one. Another two on the ground. One of those protesters has been, at least one has been pepper sprayed directly in the face. It's not even really clear to me what the purpose is. The only thing I've seen the protesters throw at the agents or direct at the agents, other than their words, their protests, are the tear gas canisters that the federal agents are throwing at them. I'm searching for the words to describe what is happening down here. I mean,
yeah, it's war in the streets. Fuck these guys. People have had enough.
We're joined now by the city's police chief, Brian O'Hara. Chief, welcome to
He's got something to say. His face is asymmetrical.
Face the Nation.
Some kind of stroke or seizure.
Good morning, Margaret.
What have you been able to learn about the shooting? Because we did just hear the claims by Secretary Noem and Mr. Bavino and their version of what happened. Do the videos and evidence back up their descriptions?
So unfortunately, we don't have any official information from federal law enforcement about what has happened. Even when our officers initially responded to the scene, our watch commander was not given even the most basic information that is typical in a law enforcement involved shooting, just to ensure that there is potentially no other victims. Since then, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension responded to the scene at my request. They were blocked from the scene yesterday, but they have since returned to the scene and are now canvassing for additional witnesses and evidence that may be there.
So do I understand you saying that Minnesota has just begun its investigation today?
There were attempts yesterday to begin the investigation. I do not know what, if anything, was conducted yesterday. I do know that while they were at the scene more than once, they were not permitted to enter before the scene then was contaminated.
And for our viewers, Minnesota's a little bit different. There is this Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. That's a state agency that investigates use of force incidents. They are separate from your police force. But from what you have seen in the public space and heard from federal officials, is there any evidence that you know of that Preddy was assaulting the federal officers as the Border Patrol chief claims?
Well, I've seen the videos just as thousands of people around the country have, and the videos speak for themselves. I think it's deeply concerning, the things that are being said. This is an individual that was a city resident. It appears that he was present, exercising his First Amendment rights to record law enforcement activity, and also exercising his Second Amendment rights to lawfully be armed in a public space in the city. So I think very obviously there are serious questions that are being raised, and I think the greater issue is, even if there is an investigation that ultimately proves that at the time of the shooting it was legally justified, I don't think that even matters at this point, because there is so much outrage and concern around what is happening in the city.
What do you mean it doesn't matter at this point? You mean the situation on the ground is already, the impression is left?
People have had enough. This is the third shooting now in less than 3 weeks. The Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we didn't shoot anyone. And now this is the second American citizen that's been killed. It's the third shooting within 3 weeks. People have been speaking out, saying that this was going to happen again. And I think everyone is kind of waiting for folks on both sides to come together and just figure this thing out. This is not sustainable. This police department has only 600 police officers. We are stretched incredibly thin. This is taking an enormous toll trying to manage all of this chaos on top of having to be the police department for a major city. It's too much.
Are you calling on ICE to leave?
We understand that for as long as there has been ICE, there has been immigration enforcement in Minnesota. The problem is not that enforcement is happening, it's clearly the manner in which these things are happening. These tactics are very obviously not safe, and it is generating a lot of outrage and fear in the community.
Let me ask you about what we know, because DHS claims that Preddy had a weapon on him. You said that you implied Preddy was carrying at the time of the incident when you said he was a legal firearm owner with a license to carry. Do you know if the weapon remained concealed, or was it ever brandished?
I have seen different experts and people analyzing the video that have made statements about that. I cannot speculate, but I don't have any evidence that I've seen that suggests that the weapon was brandished.
Okay, because we checked, the Minnesota gun permit rules allow for concealed carry, and there are no restrictions on carrying in a protest.
Yes.
But the Homeland Security Secretary
Yes, that's right.
said that he had 2 cartridges on him in addition to the gun. I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. The FBI director said you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest. Are they on firm legal ground in Minnesota?
You have a Second Amendment right in the United States to possess a firearm. And there are some restrictions around that in Minnesota, and everything that we see that we are aware of shows that he did not violate any of those restrictions. He is not a convicted felon, and he is someone that did have a permit for the handgun to carry it.
So did he have magazines full of ammunition at the scene? Because both the President of the United States and the Border Security Chief said that he did, and Bovino directly accused you of not saying that publicly. He said the police chief omitted the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition.
Well, what they are omitting is they are not sharing any information with us, and that they blocked state law enforcement, which is the agency that conducts the overwhelming majority of police-involved shootings, from the scene. So I don't know how I'm supposed to share information with the public that they are not sharing with us.
So you have not seen evidence that there were multiple magazines, but would it even be illegal if that were the case?
I don't think there's any relevance. If someone is lawfully exercising their Second Amendment right to carry, the only question would be if they were using the weapon for an unlawful purpose.
I want to ask you about some of the things that the Vice President also has said about local authorities. The Vice President said that local police have been told to stand down when immigration authorities call 911 asking for help dealing with crowds surrounding them. Were you ever ordered to stand down? Have police been told not to protect ICE?
It is deeply disappointing to have anyone question and disparage the hard work of the men and women of the Minneapolis Police Department. There are 600 police officers that are left here after the destruction of the city in 2020, and they are doing an incredible job. About a dozen of our cops have been injured responding to a lot of the chaos that has resulted on the streets. Our officers respond every time there's a threat to someone's life, to public safety, or destruction in the city. And it doesn't matter whether it's because ICE is there or someone from the community is there. We are doing everything that we can to manage this chaos, but there's only 600 cops here, and there's thousands of
only 600
agents
cops.
Right. Nearly 3,000 as we understand it. The Vice President and Secretary Noem said Minneapolis is uniquely chaotic, but they also pointed to sanctuary city policies and said that if those policies weren't in place, these are policies that prohibit you from assisting federal immigration operations, that none of this would really be happening. How do you respond to that claim that because of these sanctuary city policies, you are being forced into this position?
Yeah.
Well, there's policies and laws that have been the case here for decades, and it's not on the Minneapolis Police Department or local law enforcement to hand folks over that are in jails. The city police do not operate a jail. That's at the county level, and the prisons are at the state level. So we are complying with the law as we have been for many years. And I don't know what else could possibly be asked of this very, very, understaffed and overstretched police department.
And now you have the National Guard, I understand, assisting you. Is this sustainable now that you have the Guard supporting you? Do you have any idea of how long these protests will last?
Yeah, yesterday we had to do an emergency recall. We asked for mutual aid from the state, county, and all of local law enforcement around the metro. It was very clearly an emergency, and we requested the National Guard. As of this morning, we have released all of mutual aid as well as the National Guard partners, and it's back to just the Minneapolis police responding to calls and trying to protect the city. But this is absolutely not sustainable. Our cops are tired, they are thin-stretched as it is, and we have a job to do trying to keep the people of this city safe.
So before this shooting, CBS reported that there were at least 10 people from the Minneapolis U.S. Attorney's Office who had resigned. We know the FBI agent resigned after being told to stop investigating the officer who shot Renee Good. What is local law enforcement experiencing beyond your officers, but in the U.S. Attorney's Office, in your local FBI?
I mean, the sad part of this is the incredible work that we have done with all of federal law enforcement over the last few years to get real criminals put away, gang members, people that are shooting folks out here, smuggling fentanyl into this city. We work with all of these federal law enforcement agents that live in Minnesota, and it's so upsetting to see so many of them disparaged and so many of them walking away, because it is destroying the foundation of addressing violent crime in Minnesota that's produced incredible results over the last few years.
Police Chief O'Hara, we wish you well and peace for your city. Thank you for your time this morning.
Oh! 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 I love speaking the truth. It's so fun.
A general strike will make them fear. A general strike will make them fear. All for liberation. All for liberation. Down with deportation. Down with deportation. All for liberation. All for liberation. Down with deportation. 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 Make some noise. Yeah, that's how it's good. We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? I saw our city now. I saw our city now. We want justice, you say how? We want justice, want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? Ice out our city now! 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 Yeah, ice out our city now! Make some noise, Minneapolis!
Hey, shout culture, hey, Minneapolis! Tuck in, make some noise here! Get in closer, we got people flooding in! Thousands of people all week, and we're gonna do it today too. Get close, come on, bring some room, make some space, and stay warm. Now, my name is Nate. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and we want to thank you guys for coming out here tonight, and last night, and the night before, and the day before, and the week before. Hear it for yourselves, Minnesota! We're doing this because we recognize there is an immediate need and there's a continuous need for us not only to be out in these streets, but to come together, to organize, to kick these guys out of our state. Is that right? Now we know we've got them in a position. They're scared of the power of our people. On Friday, we shut this state down. Hundreds of thousands of people in these streets here, not at work, not at school, shutting it down for the first general strike in 80 years. And that's just the beginning of what we need to do. Remember, they're using this violence to repress the working class power that we have right here. Look at your neighbors. They're here with you. Let's continue this energy throughout this week, the next week, and the week after that. Now, we've been doing a lot of outreach over the past and having organizing meetings. We have another one at 5 p.m., University Baptist Church. We would love to see you there to continue this fight because we know it's not over. It starts here, and we are the only ones who can take care of us because we know these people in these two buildings are letting them do violence onto us consistently. And it's our time to stand up. What do you say, Minnesota? We can tell this is working. This is the single degree of protest. We had negatives all week. It's getting warmer in Minneapolis, folks. It's getting warmer. And they can feel that heat. Now I want to take a moment too, because we lost two of our community members. We lost Alex tonight to unjust violence, heinous violence that has now been plastered across the internet and the nation. We cannot let his contributions, nor Renee's contributions to protecting their neighbors go unnoticed. So continue it this week, folks, and next until ICE is out of Minnesota. Let's hear it for them. Now we have a speaking program here for you today. I'm going to introduce our first speaker. This is Dees. Please come up here, just make some noise. We're ready for you.
All right, thank you. I am so proud of Minnesota.
Me too.
We gather on the steps of the courthouse in pain, anger, and sorrow. Not as isolated individuals, but as a community united in grief and in purpose. Yeah! The deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy have sparked outrage, disbelief, and heartbreak. These are not abstract tragedies. These are human beings. Our neighbors, our friends, and our community members whose lives matter. deaths are at the hands of federal agents. Agents escalating violence in our cities have left many of us in fear, families in grief, and our community demanding for justice to be served. Let the names of Renee and Alex be a call to action. We demand our rights for freedom of religion, freedom of speech, a free press, our right to assemble, and no peace without justice. The federal terrorists occupying Minnesota are not about safety. They are not about enforcement. Theirs is a violent show of power. Fear being used as a weapon. Lives being treated as disposable. We will not be quiet. We reject violence, fear, and murder. We will not forget. We will not look away. We organize, we document, we march, we protect each other, and we vote. Community is stronger than fear.
Community is stronger than ever! Fuck the right wing! Fuck them!
We stand here together in the cold. My hands are freezing.
It's okay, babe.
And we also stand here in truth. It is time to shut it down!
Shut it down!
Shut it down!
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down!
Shut it down until justice is served.
Justice is
stands
served.
Together, and we are asking the nation to stand with us.
I will stand. I will fight for you. I will lead the armies if you need me to. I will do anything that you need. I will clean latrines. I will fight them. They've been putting me in jail all of my life. I can't stand these fucking fascists. I'll kill them, you understand? Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Hey, pack in. It's still cold. Get warm. Make some space for the thousands of people we're gonna have today. Come on in, folks. Come on in, cause we need you. You heard just there. They can't do anything when we are united together, folks. We vote, we work, but what we really have is that power to shut it down like we did on Friday, and what we're gonna have to do until they take us seriously and listen to the power that we have together. Is that right, Minnesota? So I think you heard this one, but do it with me. It is our duty, it is our right.
Duty, it is our right.
Strike, strike, strike,
Strike,
strike.
fight.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty, it is our right.
It is our duty, it is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty, it is our right.
It is our duty, it is our right.
Strike, 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 strike.
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 Let's go, Minneapolis! Now, I want to say
today is not the only day. Look to your left, look to your right. Say hello, get a greeting, and then keep on coming, folks. We have an organizing meeting tonight at 5 p.m. University Baptist Church. I know you know people that aren't here, and I know you know people that you were with on Friday. Because listen, we had hundreds of thousands of people there. We're gonna need millions to really shut it down in Minnesota. We're gonna need millions.
Millions.
And I can tell
I'm
you,
talking millions.
millions.
Shut it down.
The largest deployment of DHS officers, 3,000 in our cities. Can you believe that?
No.
Shame.
Shame. Shame. Shame in you.
Shame. 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 The only way again to send them home so they can't kill any more of our members, of our veterans, of our mothers. We stick together, folks. Ice out of Minnesota! 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 If we don't get it! If we don't get it! If we don't get it! Shut it down! If we don't get it! Shut it down! If we don't get it! Shut it down! 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 Sorry. Thank you. Now here's the deal. We got a couple more speakers today and then we will be marching. So we do have hand warmers available if you want to get those. I'm sure you guys are ready though. It was cold in the last couple days. It's only getting warmer in Minneapolis.
Robert Helps,
It's only
the
getting
attorney from Chicago.
We're the ones who melt ice, and it starts and it continues with us. That's it, folks.
Smash that
Now,
like, share this live
we're
stream.
getting ready,
We are live
so
here
stay
in
warm.
downtown Minneapolis.
One way to do that, I need to hear you again. Ice out! Ice out! Ice out! Ice out! Ice out! Ice out!
So this is Sean behind the camera. JT went home to get some rest. Tina will be landing very soon to come report for us. So she'll be with us later tonight and throughout the week.
It is our duty. It is our right.
But we are going to keep this coverage going no matter what. In the Twin Cities, in Minnesota.
It is our duty. It is our right.
We're doing this on-the-ground coverage.
Strike, 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 strike.
Please subscribe. Become a member if you can. statusquo.com/join. Share our stuff with your friends, your family. Get it out there.
Now we've
Show
got our
people
next speaker
what's
here.
really happening on the ground.
We've got Doug, a
Minnesota.
veteran. Make some noise for Doug. A member.
Thank you for your service.
Hey, y'all.
Hi, Doug.
My name is Doug.
Oh.
I'm a veteran of the United States Army.
Oh.
I served in the Army for 11 years as an armor officer. Trained by the United States to conduct combat operations. Thankfully I did not serve overseas in a combat operation, but I was trained in combat operations. I was trained in counterinsurgency.
Thanks for the backfill.
Unfortunately, I witnessed what happened yesterday to Alex. I was on my way to get groceries at Marissa's Bakery because I live in the neighborhood, and they don't open until 9 o'clock. I didn't know that at the time. So a friend of mine and myself, we went to Glendale Donuts around 8 o'clock yesterday. Had a donut, had some coffee, and I'm going to be very careful about what I say. I'm a witness to what happened, and therefore I made a statement to the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Again, we have to.
Boo.
We have to end this. Justice must be served. But I want to say that what I saw.
Yeah, you did pretty good against Jonathan Voss or Ross or whatever it was, didn't you?
At around 9 o'clock, I was done. We were about to leave to go back to Marissa's. And when when Customs and Border Patrol showed up, Glenfell Donuts kept it locked up. They kept it down. They did a good job. They did a great job. But unfortunately, I did see what happens. And as a United States military veteran, trained, as I said before, in counterinsurgency, trained in detainee operations, I can tell you from my perspective, the man, Alex, was not resisting. What I saw disgusted me. It made me feel sick to my stomach. And last night, before I went to bed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I'm surprised I was able to fall asleep last night. It was terrible, and it felt horrible. But I know the day before, on January 23rd, this city was it was amazing. It was electric. Over 100,000 people in the streets, walking off the job, not going to work, not shopping, not going to school. That is what we need more of. The only way to get ICE out of Minnesota, to get ICE out of Minneapolis, to get ICE out of Whittier, to get ICE out of Nicollet Avenue is to shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut ICE down. Shut ICE down. Shut ICE down. Shut ICE down.
Many of us are scared. Many of us feel that one day was not enough. And that's true. One day may not be enough. But we're going to have to do it again because we are exercising a muscle, and that muscle is the strike. So let's fight back. Let's expand the general strike, and let's kick ICE out of Minnesota.
Kick ICE out of Minnesota. Kick him out of Colorado and Washington, too. Fuck ICE, you fucking piece of shit. Right-wing Nazis. Fuck ICE. Fuck ICE.
Strike, 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 strike. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doug. Make some noise for Doug right there. Let's keep one. Let's keep chanting. How about this? Up, up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Now, one thing I want to tell you guys, to remind you guys, like Doug was just saying, when we shut it down, they can get that message loud and clear. But we got something really special in Minnesota and Minneapolis, because we are at the heart of this struggle. Every state, every city is looking at ours, seeing this terror reign on our streets. But at the same time, they saw hundreds of thousands of you, of me, of us shut it down on Friday. Isn't that right, Minnesota? So let's keep them up with us, but let's do it in Minnesota fashion. How about this one? No more Minnesota nice.
No more Minnesota nice.
Minneapolis will strike.
Minneapolis will strike.
No more Minnesota nice.
No more Minnesota nice.
Minneapolis will strike.
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 If we don't get it, shut it down.
We don't get it, shut it down.
If we don't get it,
shut it down.
If we don't get it,
shut it down.
If Renee don't get it,
shut it down.
If Renee don't get it,
shut it down.
If Alex don't get it,
shut it down.
If Alex don't get it,
Shut it down!
If Alex don't get it!
Shut it down!
Shut it down!
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down!
I got another speaker for you here today. He's a teacher. His name is John. Making some noise for John, please.
Minnesota, make some noise!
My name is John. I'm an organizer with the PSL Twin Cities. I'm a Minneapolis public school teacher. I have never been more proud of my life to be Minnesota born and raised.
Me neither.
I am here to tell you today that teachers have had enough. We are done! You know, a lot of people have been asking me what's happening in the schools right now. The truth is, I'm only getting 20% of my students. Many have disappeared. Many are not coming to school at all because of the fear. And I have seen firsthand the terror that ICE is causing in our communities. Shame. What our families are asking us, and this wouldn't be happening if teachers weren't stepping up right now, is we are delivering food. We are supporting our families. Our work goes beyond the classroom, because that is what being a teacher is. But the biggest thing that our families need right now is rent money. So many of our families are close to being evicted right now. And that is why Minneapolis teachers, we are not asking, we are demanding that Governor Walz enact an eviction moratorium right now! And it's not gonna take just us teachers. It's gonna take each and every one of us. We know our people. Our people are the ones who speak Spanish, Somali, Hmong, Vietnamese, Lao, Swahili, Quechua, and so many more languages. That is who we are. That is who Minnesota is. But we all understand one thing, and it is that if we don't get it, if we do not get it, if we do not get it, shut it down! 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 If we don't get it! If we don't get it! If Renee don't get it!
Shut it down.
If Alex don't get it! If Heido don't get it! If Alex don't get it! If teachers don't get it! If students don't get it! If we don't
down! Woo!
Shut it down! 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 Shut it down!
Thank you.
Shut it down!
Make some noise for John! People, keep packing in, folks. Keep warm. We're gonna get thousands more like we did on Friday and throughout the week, so please make some room for your neighbor. Welcome them in, because we know that's what we do best, right, Minnesota? Now, we heard from John what it's like in Minneapolis schools. It's the same in St. Paul. And if you're not from the Twin Cities, you're seeing this in your suburban, in your rural, and your other out-of-city school districts as well. And if you're outside the state, we know you're seeing this too. So now more than ever, we need to continue to be in the streets, but also organizing together to make sure we can shut it down for real this time. We have an organizing meeting at 5 p.m. University Baptist Church tonight to really kind of build this structure continuously, because again, we were out here yesterday, you were out here the day before that, you were out there the day before that, and you saw what we can do when we come together, because we shut that down on Friday. Isn't that right, Minnesota? The first general strike in some 80 years. We're making history right now. And we need each and every one of you to continue making that history. Because guess what? You saw what happened last night. They're scared of us. They know the power that we have, so they do this violence. But as long as we stick together, we can keep it coming, folks. Make some noise, Minnesota!
Minnesota. Let's go, Colorado. Washington, too.
No more Minnesota noise!
No more Minnesota noise.
Oops, all right. Give me one more time. No more Minnesota noise!
No more Minnesota noise!
Minneapolis will strike!
Minneapolis will strike!
No more Minnesota noise!
No more Minnesota noise!
Minneapolis will strike!
Minneapolis will strike!
I got another speaker for you. This is a room from the Sunrise Movement. Make some noise!
Hey y'all, my name is Shania Jay. I'm the executive director of the Sunrise Movement. I'm so honored to be out here with you today. And I'm so proud to be a Minnesotan because we are making history, y'all. The eyes of the whole country, of the whole world are on us right now. And we have something to teach. I wake up every day and I've never have felt more like I'm living in a war zone. How many people have woken up in fear? How many people have gotten messages from their friends and family about getting afraid of being deported? How many people have faced off against ICE agents pointing guns and tear gas in their face? What we are under is horrifying. It is not normal. It is not a democracy. We are under an authoritarian regime right now. But you know what else? I have seen the definition of solidarity in the last few weeks. I have seen something more beautiful and more powerful than anything that billionaires like Trump could ever dream of. I have seen neighbors helping neighbors wash tear gas out of our eyes. I've been in signal chats where every day, every neighborhood have 1,000 people patrolling the streets. Every block I walk down is like there's people everywhere on every corner. And we are building solidarity across race, across class, across language, across neighborhood. They have no idea what they are unleashing. Do you know how beautiful it is that when Renee Good or Alex Preddy gets shot for doing nothing more than filming, the reaction of our state is to have tens of thousands more people do the exact same thing? That is courage! That is bravery! That is what ordinary people have that ICE agents couldn't dream of. They don't know what they're messing with in Minnesota. And you know what? We're not just organized, we're strategic too. We're innovating every single day to build a mass network of solidarity that is literally rivaling the greatest military superpower in all of human history. That's us, and that's organized everyday people. And you know what? We're not just going on defense, we're going on offense too. I know that it's amazing that we have a network that can track deportation and have patrols on every corner, but I also know that we need to kick ICE the fuck out of our city!
Kick ICE the fuck out of our city!
And that comes from knowing that ordinary people uphold a regime. We are the ones who make roads operate, who drive buses and trains, who staff hotels, who run rental car agencies, who run restaurants, and who deliver food. That is us. That is something that we have power over. And if ordinary people can withdraw our consent to be governed, that is how we stop authoritarian regimes. And we're doing it right now. We're doing it right now. We're innovating like we haven't seen in this country, and it's amazing. Right now we're running campaigns on Hilton and Marriott and Enterprise to stop collaborating with ICE, and it is working. We walk down streets and I see so many restaurants and small businesses saying that they're Fourth Amendment workplaces that no ICE cannot come into. We're getting reports and reports of Hiltons quietly kicking out ICE. They're afraid to say it publicly because they're afraid of getting backlash, but they are doing it. And we're getting reports of ICE leaving the hotels because they don't like getting woken up at night. We're a brave and innovative people. We're a strategic people. And I believe that what is happening here right now is going to be the turning point of this regime. It is going to be the turning point of this regime. So I know it is hard sometimes. And I know we are tired sometimes. And I know our fingers freeze in the cold. But you know what? We are going to turn this around. We're going to show the country the path, not just to kick ICE out of Minnesota, although we will. Not just to abolish ICE once and for all, although we will. But also to build the type of organizing networks of solidarity, the type of mass organizing that can not only end Trump's fascist regime, but actually build a new political system that works for all everyday people. I want a world where we can all breathe clean air and drink clean water, and we can go to school safely, and we don't have to live in fear of our neighbors getting robbed. And I believe we are going to win it, because you know what? Revolutions come when incompetent leaders overestimate their power, and they unleash solidarity and courage. And that's what's happening right now. We're at a pivotal point of 250 years of American history, and we are going to win! I believe that we will win!
I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win!
I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win!
Now, as you can tell, the There's a lot of people here, so we want to tuck you in. We want to get you away from the light rail. We want to get you warm with your neighbor because you got to meet them. As Aru said, we've been doing this stuff already, folks. We've been organizing in your neighborhoods and across the city. We saw what we could do on Friday with that real level organization, and we're going to keep that going. Okay, folks? Bring it in! Bring it in! Bring it in! Now I've got another speaker for you to hear today. His name is Abdul. Make some noise for Abdul, please!
Hello, Minnesotans, hello! My name is Abdul. I'm nearby Carmel Mall. I do graphic design.
I do graphic design.
What you see today and other last couple
I sell
days
propane and
is
propane accessories.
unacceptable in Minnesota. But we send a message across the nationwide, more unity. The weather is too cold, but as you see here, more people are coming here. ICE committing crime here in Minnesota. I used to drive semi-truck. U.S. Border Patrol, they don't wear masks. And what we see here today, they wear masks. They don't identify themselves. Anyone who drives semi-truck, have you seen U.S. Border Patrol wear masks? No. Why they wear masks? They don't identify themselves? They want to kill us every day, from Portland to Nicollet. What's next? What is next? Enough is enough. ICE out of Minnesota. ICE out of Minnesota. ICE out of Minnesota. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. We don't need more ICE in Minnesota. We have police. Enough is enough. We don't want more ICE in Minnesota. Every day they're killing us. This is unacceptable. We have to send a clear message to administration. We don't need more ICE. No more! No more. Economic is collapsing these days. Inflation is too high and killing more people every day. No more. No, no, no. No more! But this tough time, it shows us more unity. The weather is too cold, but as you see, more people are coming right now here in. I'm sorry, I'm too shaken. It's too cold, but I have to stay here because I have to show Renee. I have to show solidarity with Alex. Alex, yesterday, what you see on the TV, he was saving a life. He used to save a life every day. The last moment you saw him, he was saving a life. The reason they killed, why? He was saving a life on the street, not the hospital. That's right. That's why they killed him. But we have to show up unity, and ICE will go out of Minnesota across nationwide. Thank you, everyone.
Make some noise for Abdul from Colorado. Thank you, Abdul. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Yeah, Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nights. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. Yeah, Minneapolis will strike. Minneapolis will strike. What do we want? And what do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want?
He was peaceful and well within his rights to hold his camera and record what federal agents were doing. When he was attacked, he was pepper sprayed at point blank range, and then he was tackled by 5 or 6 federal agents. They then disarmed him of something.
CNN's Tom Foreman is here to walk us through what we're hearing from federal officials, but also what the videos show, including the new videos, because what they are saying and what the videos are showing are not always the same thing, Tom.
Yeah, very much. I want to start with the very first statement made by the Trump administration in the aftermath of this shooting. It was a tweet by the Department of Homeland Security showing a firearm on what appears to be the seat of a car, and the tweet reads, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, seen here. You see the picture behind it there. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Now we have this new angle of the video that's just been cleared by CNN, and it shows the lead up to this deadly altercation. This is what I want you to take a look at. Of course, this is disturbing video. Let's take some time to watch this together. Some things to note. As it begins, you see Pretty out there in the middle of the street. He shows up right in this area here. You start seeing him, and he is at one point using his camera. There he is, right there, and he's pointing to traffic, sort of waving traffic through. At some moment here, you see that law enforcement approaches him, and he backs away as they start moving up on him. He is not trying to move toward them. He's backing away. Then you're going to see one of these officers approach a woman near him and really forcefully shove her to the ground, right there. And Pretty starts rushing over toward her. Now, they're both getting pepper sprayed at this point. He gets grabbed, and he's taken over to the ground here. I'll point out this is about 15 seconds from when officers turned to him. He's now on the ground. They are on top of him. The officers are all around. He does not appear to have a weapon in his hand. He doesn't brandish anything. He doesn't seem to do anything. And then all of a sudden you see one agent in the middle there. Look, he turns away, and that's when the shooting began. One shot followed by, in our analysis, 9 other shots there. We heard from Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino. He was asked at what point Pretty brandished a weapon in all of this. This was his answer.
Allie, this situation again is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light.
This is important because an important detail, because concealed carry is legal. We know from local officials Pretty had a permit to carry a weapon, and law enforcement analysts here on CNN have raised questions as to why the picture of this gun that DHS shared online was shown on the seat of a car and not in the scene where Pretty was shot. And we now have an answer. CNN analysis shows, if you watch all those videos carefully, you see a federal agent right there who appears to be removing a gun. This is very critical to remember. That piece of video you're seeing right there is happening about a second, or maybe slightly less than a second, before the shooting begins. Now, it is just video. We have to look at it. There'll be a lot of questions here, but that's the reason people say you have to have a truly impartial and fair investigation here, because if he removed the gun before all this shooting broke out, then why is this man now dead? It's really quite a remarkable series of events all coming together here, but almost all of them, Aaron, contradict the story that came out of the Trump administration early on today.
And let's go now to our senior law enforcement analyst, Andrew McCabe, also the former deputy director of the FBI. So, Director McCabe, what do you see in all of this so far, from the information that we have, from the video you've watched, from the responses we've gotten from DHS and from Mr. Bovino?
Well, I mean, obviously, Aaron, at the core of it, you have an unbelievable tragedy where it appears that a potentially unarmed person was essentially assassinated by horrible law enforcement tactics that dramatically escalated the situation. But you know, there are so many questions here. At the absolute core of lethal force training in the FBI Academy, in the Academy at Glencoe, Georgia, where DHS agents, ICE agents, Border Patrol folks go through, you are taught from the very beginning that if you use your weapon, you have to be able to, after the fact, articulate exactly why you perceived an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. And so the question now is, when are we going to hear that articulation? What is the reason that these officers, or a single officer, we don't know how many people shot, believed they were in imminent threat of death by this person who was, by every video we've seen, on the ground with anywhere from 4 to 5 officers on top of him at the same time. Nowhere in these videos do you see a weapon in this man's hand. And so while Commander Bovino's statement was very artfully written, yes, they encountered someone who had a gun, it is not clear that that man ever presented the gun, brandished the gun, pointed the gun at anyone, threatened to harm any of these officers. So what's the excuse for having to use lethal force here? We have no idea.
No, and in fact, they were quick to, post a picture of the gun, which they removed from the crime scene. They put in a car. They said, look at these extra magazines. And there was some deplorable act that he was prepared to commit. But they've never actually even said that he did brandish it. And obviously, there's no video evidence that he did any such thing. He did have a permit to carry it. He was clearly there. We hear all the whistles on that one video, right? The whistles people do when they're warning of ICE. He was there trying to protect, it appears, a woman that they pushed over. So, Director McCabe, I'm just curious, though, if there is no investigation, which at this point doesn't appear that there are going to be any indications they are. They're saying case closed and sealed, right? And they don't give access to the state for an investigation, which, again, that would be surprising if they did. They didn't do it with Renee Nicole Good. Then what happens here?
Nothing. Nothing happens here. Just like nothing happened after the killing of Renee Good. In fact, so what we have seen, Aaron, is now we have a very common set of circumstances. We know what the game plan is for the White House and DHS. Immediately after the event, they go to the media and they put out a version of events that paints the victim as a domestic terrorist. It's happened to Renee Good. They then said Renee Good's wife was also a domestic terrorist, which of course neither of them are. And now immediately they say the same thing about this man. And so that's absolutely contrary to any effort to stage a legitimate investigation. You would never have high-ranking officials from the agency involved going out to the public prejudging it, but that's what's happened in every one of these cases. In the Renee Good case, you actually had the Deputy Attorney General of the United States of America came out on social media, a day after the event and said there will be no investigation, there was no wrongdoing, there's nothing to investigate here. Essentially offered him a pardon from any accountability for this. And I can tell you that the other officers on the ground in Minneapolis, in Maine, in Chicago, wherever they may be deployed, they hear this loud and clear. And the signal they get is, do whatever you want. There will be no accountability. You can be as violent as you want. You can provoke as many conflicts as you want, as we've seen happen in this case. And there will be no accountability. And people should be very, very concerned about that. Anytime there's a law enforcement shooting of any type, there should be a fair, unbiased investigation. That is not happening here.
Well, I mean, I think on the basis of it, too, and you talk about the lack of training and professionalism that may have been on display here. When you're surrounded by that many people, right? I mean, when regular people get put into a scrum, you can understand all of the not knowing what's going on, right? But these aren't regular people. These are supposed to be trained law enforcement who know exactly what they're doing in situations like this, right? But that's not what we saw. So,
Not at all.
Yeah, so then, I mean, is it possible then that we would, look, in the case of Renee Nicole Good, we know the name of the individual who shot her. We know they chose not to do an investigation to find out exactly what happened, right? But we know. But in this case, we may never actually even know, because it's unclear in that scrum who shot or how many people shot. The only thing we know for sure is that Alex Priddy, who was killed, was not one of the people who shot.
That's absolutely right. And there's no indication that we'll ever get to the bottom of this. Because, as I've said, the administration has proven in all prior events that they are perfectly comfortable going out and deliberately misleading the public as to what's happening on the ground in Minneapolis. Convicting people for domestic terrorism before they've ever been presented a single piece of evidence. How about the photograph of Nakima Anderson, who the White House admitted they intentionally altered the photograph to make her look worse at the moment of her arrest. It's unbelievable. We've never seen this from any other administration that I'm familiar with at any other time in our history. We've never seen this level of violent conduct by law enforcement against the citizenry be completely ignored and swept under the rug by the administration. It should be troubling to every American, no matter where you are on the political spectrum. You should not be comfortable watching public servants act like this and commit these acts of violence and suffer no repercussion for it.
Director McCabe, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Today I'm joined by Attorney General Ellison, Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Minnesota Department of Corrections.
I gotta charge my headphones. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn on my watch and switch to a different set of headphones. I'll be right back.
Corrections Commissioner Paul Snell. Now,
there we go. And yeah, with my watch and my phone. Going to turn on my lights and pee.
Thanks.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, the agency that's been at the heart of Donald Trump's deportation plan, well, they've been on a hiring spree. Like, check out this TV ad they've been running.
Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now.
Generous benefits.
But online, the recruitment campaign uses different language that's familiar to far-right extremists, raising the question, who exactly is ICE trying to recruit?
Last summer, the agency was given $8 billion to turbocharge recruitment. The hiring campaign included social media outreach,
which caught the attention of experts who study the far right.
I would describe it as oddly very familiar as someone who has been looking at the white nationalist and neo-Nazi movement for nearly a decade now. And it's disturbing to see that coming from a government agency.
In August, ICE posted this image on Instagram and X. Note the tagline, "Which way, American man?" It's a meme often used by right-wing influencers, and which refers to this book, a 700-page anti-Semitic rant popular with neo-Nazis. Another post, this one from October, has the tagline, "America for Americans," a xenophobic slogan used repeatedly by the Ku Klux Klan. Experts don't think these references are a coincidence, because it keeps happening. Hannah Gase has spent years researching right-wing extremism online. She walked us through the coded language she's been seeing in the ICE recruitment posts, like this one, that uses imagery from the video game Halo.
So anti-immigrant groups have described immigrants coming into this country, particularly non-white immigrants, routinely as a flood.
Or this one, posted just after the killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis.
What are we looking at?
So this phrase, "we'll have our home again," right here. That is a lyric from a song released in 2020 by a white nationalist group called the Pine Tree Riots, affiliated with a white nationalist organization in the United States called the Manor Band. Some organizations, like the Proud Boys, kind of took up the song as their own. They started singing it at rallies.
And the Proud Boys, a far-right group that's listed as a terrorist entity in Canada, taken notice. On the messaging app Telegram, one chapter reposted that ad next to a picture of a literal dog whistle, adding the line, "Message received." It's one of several posts from affiliated accounts encouraging members to apply. ICE says it received more than 220,000 applications in its recruitment drive last year.
I was dead instantly from the bomb.
Those applicants were responding to the controversial social media posts.
Unprecedented for a government account that would normally focus on, pretty bland messaging and policy descriptions to be regurgitating white supremacist propaganda.
Heidi Barrett is the co-founder of the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism.
The most dangerous part about it is that this probably is attracting white supremacists and other racial extremists to perhaps join the ranks of ICE. And that is a very toxic, very dangerous situation that's happening.
ICE has been rushing its new recruits into service, reportedly cutting training time in half. But Barrick says the danger of recruiting with extremist language goes beyond who might get hired.
It's the normalization that I find the most frightening. I thought we had all, not just in the United States, but generally come to the position that white supremacy is a dangerous ideology, that neo-Nazism or the Nazi regime are dangerous and shouldn't be part of mainstream society, polite society, period. But apparently not. The Trump administration doesn't seem to think that. So when the most powerful government maybe in the world is mainstreaming white supremacy, we should all be very, very concerned.
Social media outreach is only one part of the ICE recruitment strategy. The agency is spending millions, according to the Washington Post, on geotagging technology to target ads at specific demographic groups, like people who attend UFC fights or gun shows. ICE also rolled out TV ads aimed at police officers in sanctuary cities, where illegal immigrants can still receive public services.
In sanctuary cities, you're ordered to stand down while dangerous illegals walk free. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst.
David, who do you think ICE is trying to attract with its recruitment strategy? David LePan is a former spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, which is responsible for ICE.
It sends a very clear message about who they're trying to attract. And I said, it's people that want to get involved in getting rid of people that have been determined to, or been called enemies, foreigners that are somehow ruining our country.
The Department of Homeland Security did not respond to our request for comment about the extremist content of its social media posts. When questioned by other media, the department has denied making references to white supremacist material. Indeed, its posts have been recirculated by other branches of the Trump administration. The White House says it's just posting, quote, banger memes. Le Pen, though, is not laughing.
I think it's important, for people to recognize that what's happening now is unusual, is unprecedented. It's not a matter of political party, right? Again, I worked in administrations of both types under Congress of various types of, whichever party was had the majority. This is unprecedented. It's not normal. It's not what we have seen in the past.
ICE is slated to get $30 billion by the end of the decade to fund its deportation campaign.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. Another day, just another headline about Ubisoft plunging large percentages of stock, cancelling all of their games, firing all of their employees, creating a hostile work environment where all talented individuals are absolutely certain to leave, and just one step closer towards the absolute abject failure of one of the companies that 5, 6, 7 years ago would have been considered too big to fail. And we've not seen too many companies in the games industry that were considered too big to fail, that were household names, just evaporate. I think one of the main ones that comes to mind is Atari, which happened a long time ago, and for similar-ish reasons, right? The reason Ubisoft's failed is not because of some kind of market condition or external factor, other than while the games industry was leveling up, while indie games were offering better experiences for cheaper prices with less gouge your eyes out monetization, less focus on live service and things of that nature, as well as the games that were already popular as a live service were continuing to get support and remain popular or increasing popularity, and then other AAA games were leveling up in other ways. Ubisoft just didn't. They have spent a lot of money on a lot of franchises that aren't super popular. They've not really tried to break the mold all too much. They've played it safe, aside from, I will give them credit for the pivot with Assassin's Creed, beginning with Origin, I believe was the original one that did it, into the more action-oriented game. But in general, most of their franchises have not done super well, and the stock price has been displaying that. And the funniest thing about the Ubisoft stock price is whenever you talk about stocks, what people will always say is, oh, just zoom out, because it might look bad on the 5-day chart, it might look bad on the 1 month chart, maybe the 6 month, maybe the year. But if you zoom out enough, if you'd have been invested, then you would have made money. Apart from with Ubisoft, that's really not true now, because to have made money from Ubisoft, if you were holding the entire time that you bought, you would have had to have done so in the 90s. If you didn't sell at the top in 2018, or sometime after when it was up 40-50 euros per share, you would have had to have bought in the 90s to be you'd have made €1.40 if you were to have bought in 1996 and sold now. You would have made €1, which you wouldn't because of inflation. So it doesn't always work that you zoom out and you see the profit. You zoom out for Ubisoft and 20 years worth of time in the market, and you've made €1. But obviously, you don't expect to see in 1 year a share of a major games company to drop 65%, 5 years 95%. This is literally a cryptocurrency meme coin. Like, if you showed me this and said this was a picture of a dog that people bought for some magic internet money, I'd have been like, yeah, makes sense. But there are pictures of dogs that have outperformed the company Ubisoft in the stock market, which is crazy. But this headline, hanging by a thread. Ubisoft shares plummet, plunging 35% largest drop since the company went public in 1996. Crazy storyline here. Obviously this goes in line with, they've just gone in like the Grim Reaper and axed a bunch of games. They asked them a question, and the question was, are you going to be released? The answer, of course, being no. And then they asked a bunch of the employees a question, do you have a job? And the response again was unfortunately no. Ubisoft is abandoning development 6 titles, including highly anticipated remake of Prince of Persia, a series that dates back to 1989 and received an ill-fated Hollywood adaptation in 2010, and delaying a further 7. So delaying games, probably good. At least they're not being cancelled. Cancelling 6 games, maybe also good, depending on what stage they were in and whether they were going to be successful. But just in general, when you put the headlines together for the last 3 or 4 years of Ubisoft, it's one of the most hilarious downfalls in gaming ever. I don't like to see it because I do like some of the IPs from Ubisoft, but they've said, and this is a good thing, they've said that they're not closed off to the idea of some IPs being sold. I hope to God they sell some of the good stuff that they have, because that's the majority of the value of the company now, is some of the properties that they own, and some other people can make some good games, because Ubisoft clearly are just not capable anymore. And what makes me laugh about this whole thing is that Ubisoft founder and CEO Yves Guillemot noted that the current market situation requires radical changes in the company's structure and operating model. According to him, the revision of the project portfolio will negatively affect financial performance in the short term, especially in 2026 and 2027 financial years, but in the future, it will strengthen Ubisoft's position and return it to sustainable growth and stable cash generation. Trust the man who's round-tripped the company over the last 20 years. Just trust him, because if you quoted this man 2 years ago, which, bear in mind, 2 years ago they'd still lost like 80% of the company's valuation in the last 6 years, he was saying, oh, we're just doubling down, we're just going to continue doing what we're doing, we're going to continue focusing on live service games. How is that worked out? Because if you even look at their most popular live service games, these games aren't doing, you know, they're not knocking the doors down. They're not doing the best they've ever done. A lot of them are like actually seeing a decline in population. Rainbow Six Siege was growing every month basically for 3 years, and then it's just been on a decline with some updates bringing people back.
Yep.
Consequence. A result or effect, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant. Now, I'm sure that this
Okay, so hold on. We're not even a month into 2026, and one of Trump's closest allies and assets is jumping ship.
Okay, Katie, one thing that we should also see, Mark is right, the midterms right now look ugly unless the Republicans really get serious.
As we've reported several times, the Rupert Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal continues to send warning signs to the Trump administration. And this week, they sent out their strongest message yet. The Wall Street Journal issued a blunt warning to Republicans, saying that Trump's growing chaos is becoming a serious threat to GOP chances in the 2026 midterms. And again, this isn't framed as, oh, Democrats are lying about Trump. It's framed as his behavior is the problem.
He's very happy with
Does it still include you? Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you've said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and other things.
How long is it, Mr. President?
Have you already spoken to other European leaders? Yes, I have.
How long would the deal be, Mr. President?
Infinite.
Will there speak to Denmark? Did you speak to Denmark?
There is no time limit. It's forever.
And how would you ratify the deal?
There'll be money involved. It's signed forever.
But you haven't signed anything yet, right?
It's a deal that's forever.
Will there be an effect anyway? Will there be an effect?
People, what happens is people are out there and they're working it right now. They're working the details of the deal, but it's what's called an infinite deal. It's forever.
You talked about being concerned, Mr. President, about Russia trying to come and take over Greenland. If you're worried that Putin would do something like that, why invite him to join your board of peace?
Because we want everybody. We want all nations. We want all nations where people have control, people have power. That way we're never going to have a problem. This is the greatest board ever assembled, and everybody wants to be on it. But yeah, I have some controversial people on it, but these are people that get the job done. These are people that have tremendous influence. And if I put all babies on the board, there wouldn't be very much. So he was invited. He's accepted. Many people have accepted. I don't know anybody that hasn't accepted. But it's going to be great. I think the Board of Peace will be the most prestigious board ever, and it's going to get a lot of work done that the United Nations should have done. And we'll work with the United Nations, but the Board of Peace is going to be special. We're going to have peace. It started off with Gaza, the Middle East. We've got peace in the Middle East, tremendous peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. And that happened by taking out the Iran nuclear threat. Without that, it could have never happened. But the board is going to be, I think, really fantastic. And I think it'll be the most prestigious board of any board ever in world history.
This is a pretty notable shift considering who we are talking about here, because the Journal isn't built to panic Democrats. It's built to protect the Republican governing brand. So when they start broadcasting fear about 2026, not even a month into the year, it means that the donor class, the strategist class, and institutional wing of the party is feeling the ground move.
All right, Jessica, I'm going to give you the opportunity to praise the president for overseeing the greatest drop in the murder rate of all time.
Well, I'll go like 75% there. Obviously, the trend line started before Donald Trump came into office, and it was embarrassing when everyone on the right was tweeting that graph that ended in 2024, and they were like, I think it started with his sons, they were like, yay, dad, and it was actually Biden's work. But I love a drop in a homicide rate. I love less overdoses. I think this is all good things.
Good.
The rest of it is a disaster, though.
Oh, okay.
The New York Times Santa poll was so bad for him that he's suing the New York Times. Lowest approval rating, -17 immigration, -18 on the economy, -19 on foreign relations, -29 on cost of living. And for those of you that care about the Epstein files, which is a lot of people, -44. The coalition from 2020 is back intact. So young voters, black voters, Latino voters, back to usual levels of support for the Democratic Party. And J.D. Vance's speechwriter, I think, hates him because he was talking about the economy and he had this line, you don't turn the Titanic around overnight, but we all know what happened to the Titanic.
Oof.
Oof.
You do.
Sick burn.
And the Journal's warning isn't abstract either. It's not a vague tone complaint. It's literally pointing at concrete Trump-era chaos that is piling up fast and only getting worse. You have the Greenland land grab rhetoric that has shaken alliances and alienated the likes of the United Kingdom after his despicable comments regarding NATO soldiers, harsh immigration tactics creating immense public backlash across the country, erratic tariff swings that spook markets and voters, and an overall governing style built around provocation, not stability. And the Wall Street Journal's core argument here is basically this: you cannot win midterms on constant crisis. Eventually chaos stops looking like any sort of strength or dominance and it starts looking like incompetence.
But you have failed so far, Mr. President. You failed to bring peace to Ukraine.
The president mistakenly called Greenland Iceland. His speech is slurred. He's got bruises on his hands. Are you not worried about the president's health or his decline at all?
Is this a serious question? This president sleeps about 3 hours a night. He outworks everybody in this building by a factor of
3 hours a night.
And while Trump and his closest yes men and women want Republicans and voters to believe that, well, yeah, everything is going great, the party is united, the base is energized and strong, one of the most conservative-leaning outlets is saying the exact opposite, stating the chaos is actually energizing the opposition, turning independents off and making the GOP's governing case harder to sell. Not to mention that the same Wall Street Journal recently published a bombshell report documenting how ICE agents may be trying to hit arrest quotas, leading to what? More chaos. And Trump couldn't even control the narrative on Fox News.
82% of people saw that video. 53% think that he should be criminally charged for it. And then the Wall Street Journal comes out and they're reporting that there are incentives for ICE agents because they need to meet that insane 3,000 people a day quota, that they're getting rewarded even if they bring in people who then get released. these stories of Americans being detained, saying, show me your papers. There was a veteran, U.S. veteran, who was on a Carnival cruise, a U.S. veteran on a Carnival cruise with his wife, who was taken out of his cabin, someone who served as
What is the percentage?
U.S. citizen. Do not act like ICE isn't making, I don't even know how many mistakes a day in pursuit of Stephen Miller's 3,000 a day quota and getting paid for it.
We've all seen the 3-minute video. And I've heard some people say, oh, it's hard to watch. What was hard is that there were 5 to 7 ICE agents there. In my world, my colleagues, we've arrested some dangerous people on the back roads of Cumberland County with 3 or less deputies. Yet, this was a show of force, a show of whatever they were trying to do with 7 people. What's even more disturbing is the comment made by the witness that videotaped this encounter, who said that in the 3 minutes they got out, they pulled the guy from the car, handcuffed him, put him in the car, they all took off, leaving his car with the windows down, the lights on, unsecure, and unoccupied. They left it right on the side of the street. Folks, that's Bush League policing. Again, in my world, you wait for a wrecker. You wait for somebody to come pick it up that the individual wants. Or you get permission to drive the vehicle into a public parking spot and you lock it up and you give the person their car keys. You don't leave their personal belongings unsecure along the streets of the city of Portland. It's not fair to the guy that owns the car. It's surely not fair to the Portland police. And it's what my understanding is going on. I'll end with this. We're being told one story, which is totally different than what's occurring or what occurred last night.
For years, Trump survived scandals and failures because the conservative media ecosystem either defended him, distracted from the story, or redirected blame onto Democrats. But if one of the most notable bigots' own flagship paper is now essentially telling Republicans, yeah, this guy could cost you Congress, that's not the left attacking Donald Trump. Again, that's one of the most vindictive and bigoted members of the right prepping a lifeboat. And to be clear, the midterms is where all this chaos becomes politically dangerous, right? Because midterm elections don't just punish presidents, they punish the entire party.
Yeah, okay, you know, Donald Trump and the Republicans started this redistricting fight, but it looks like that the Democrats are going to finish them off, because what are we talking about? What's the most likely outcome? Most likely House seat gain from mid-decade redistricting. You mentioned back in the summer of 2025, it started in Texas. It looked like Republicans, the most likely that they were going to get nationwide was 5 seats. But today, at this point, the most likely outcome is Democrats actually gaining from the mid-decade redistricting battle. Now, this isn't about right, it's an approximation. I wouldn't be surprised if it's time. I wouldn't be surprised if Democrats actually gain 2 or 3 seats from the mid-decade redistricting battle. But the bottom line is this. It started out as a plus for Republicans, and now it looks like the Democrats have fought back in a major way. It looks like it's going to be a plus for them nationwide.
Which states are you thinking are going to present more advantage for one party over another?
Yeah, okay, so right, you know, it's basic mathematics, right? You know, likely redistricting gains for 2026. California, of course, Gavin Newsom, 5 seats for the Democrats. Utah, court ruling there, 1 seat. And then it basically evens out on the Republican side, right? Maybe a 4-seat gain from Texas. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that was, in fact, 3, only 3, not the 5 we thought was going to start out. Again, taking away seats from the Republicans nationwide.
Districts flip, Senate margins tighten, and every Republican candidate is forced to then get in front of their constituents and answer for the national brand which they have subscribed to, which, as was noted last year, didn't exactly go well for Republicans whenever they went MAGA on the ballot without their fearless cult leader on it too.
Thanks for watching. Be sure to add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts for new updates every single day.
Jesus Christ, 12 and 4. 12 down, 4 up. Wish me luck. What? There's no way that guy fucking killed me! There's no way that guy killed me! What are you talking about, piece of shit, cheater, cocksucker? I was in a bush when I opened up! What the fuck are you talking about? Piece of shit, loser, cocksucker, developer! Fuck you! Too many guys! What the fuck was that, piece of shit cocksucker developer? I dumped an entire mag before that guy pulled the trigger, and I was in a bush, he didn't know where I was. I pulled another 4 mags into him, and you let him kill me in 1 hit. You suck dick. Fuck you, Epic. I'll never pay you a cent again. Fuck you, piece of shit cocksucker developer. Fuck you. What the fuck was that? I did 600 damage to that guy before he landed a hit. What the fuck is your fucking problem, cocksucker developer? What the fuck is your fucking problem?
Hello, you absolute legends. Oh boy, Logan Paul is making headlines again due to his involvement in yet another alleged scam. This time it's not NFTs or a cryptocurrency, this time it's a Pokemon card and a fractional investment platform called Liquid Marketplace. A while ago, back in 2021, I made a video called Exposing Fraud and Deception in the Retro Video Game Market, and in that video I included a section about companies that allowed you to buy fractions of valuable collectibles. From what I can see, these types of platforms have definitely become less popular now, but back during the peak of the pandemic, these were all the rage. Multiple speculative bubbles formed around that time, and it was too expensive for most people to buy a rare sealed video game or another type of rare collectible outright, so these companies had the bright idea to allow poor people to lose money too by selling them fractions of assets. And of course, Logan Paul is always on the lookout to make a quick buck by jumping on a trend. And this time it was by co-founding a fractional investment platform called Liquid Marketplace back in 2022. I'll let Logan himself explain how it works.
What's up, y'all? Logan here. As an avid collector and strategic investor myself, I am so stoked to announce the launch of Liquid Marketplace, a platform where collectors can buy and sell fractions of rare collectibles via tokens on the blockchain. As a co-founder of Liquid Marketplace, I believe we're set to level the playing field by allowing anyone to own a piece of the world's rarest collectibles and build their portfolios instantly. Here's how it works. Liquid Marketplace will curate a collection of highly sought-after items available in our ecosystem where users can buy in to be a partial owner. We'll keep the collectibles safe in our Liquid Marketplace vault, and when you're ready, you can buy, sell, and trade your portion of ownership with other members.
This is industry standard. Multiple other platforms had done this type of thing before, so nothing automatically screams scam here, even though personally I think buying a fraction of a collectible is pretty stupid. The only person I can imagine buying something you can't bring home and put on your shelf is someone who is only out to make money, and I hate speculation in the collectibles market. I personally don't care about Pokemon or sports cards, but when speculators came into the video game market, something I care deeply about, I found it to be really disgusting. Not because I don't want video games to be worth a lot, I would love everyone to care about video games just as much as me, but the types of people who are only in it to make money tend to use gross and misleading tactics in order to artificially inflate the market. These tactics result in many people who genuinely want to own and treasure a collectible being priced out. And with my moral grandstanding out of the way, back to Logan Paul and Liquid Marketplace. But before that, a massive shout out to today's sponsor. Now Legends, I once again arrived to implore you to improve the quality of your life with a beautiful poster from Displate. If you adorn your walls with gorgeous artworks to celebrate the things you're passionate about, it really does make you feel better. Displate offers metal posters that not only look amazing, but are also very durable and easy to install using their magnet mounting system. Not only does this avoid damaging your walls, but it also means you can quickly swap them around whenever you want. Displate offers officially licensed designs from all of your favorite game, TV, and movie franchises. Yes, Season 7 and 8 were a huge bummer, but I still love early Game of Thrones, with Ned Stark being my favorite character. And Lord of the Rings is my favorite story of all time, so I love having these two on my wall. These artworks are seriously incredible, and there are more than 2 million to choose from. Displate ships very quickly all over the world, and they're currently offering up to 32% off if you grab 3 or more. So just click my link in the description or use the code JOBS at checkout for a massive discount. I really can't recommend Displate enough. In July 2022, Logan Paul allegedly purchased the most expensive Pokemon card in history, a PSA 10 Pikachu Illustrator. And I don't say allegedly because he may not have bought it, I say allegedly because it was a private sale, and we have no idea what he actually paid, despite what he claims. The amount Logan claims to have paid should be treated with skepticism, because 1, Logan Paul lies about everything, and 2, he used that announcement of his purchase to advertise the platform he co-founded, Liquid Marketplace.
This was a very hard decision to make, but yes, I will be listing this card on a platform that I co-founded called Liquid Marketplace. It allows co-ownership of top-tier assets. So instead of one person, me owning this card, we as a collective can co-own it together.
And we've seen this exact same thing before. When I covered the sealed video game bubble, it was the exact same play. The co-founder of the auction house Heritage Auctions, Jim Halperin, and several other insiders, who all just happened to be silent investors in the grading company Wata Games, bought a Super Mario for $100,000. And this made news as the most expensive video game ever sold. And they used this sale to pump the market and advertise their platforms. And as it later turned out, they lied about the details of the sale. In their press release, they claimed only 3 people bought the game. But in a deposition given by Wata Games founder Dennis Kahn, he admitted that not only had 4 people bought the game, but the original owner still got to keep partial ownership of it. So the sale was a complete sham. That is why whenever you hear about these sales connected with advertisements of platforms co-owned by the purchaser, you can be pretty confident in assuming that the details of the sale are total bullshit. Logan Paul claims he paid $5.3 million for this Pokemon card, and that 51% of his card would be available for purchase through his platform, Liquid Marketplace.
I'll also be listing it for $5 million instead of $5.3 million I bought it for. So basically, I'll be giving you guys $300,000 discounts because everyone likes discounts. And I should say this, I'll be retaining 49% ownership of the cards.
On July 10, 2022, it was officially announced that Paul's card would be available for purchase, with 51% of the listed value being $2.55 million. And a month later, it was announced that the entire share on offer had been sold out. Now let's read this announcement carefully, because it's important to understand how this process works. The post reads, "Now the holy grail of Pokemon cards has sold out and is available for trading on the marketplace. The LMP community now controls the future of the card and will take part in all decisions made as to whether it will be taken out of the collector's vault for events or to be auctioned off." There are multiple parts to this post that are critical to understanding why Logan Paul is now in hot water. The first is the part where it says the card has sold out and is available for trading on the marketplace. With these fractional investment platforms, there are 2 phases when offering an asset, with the first being the initial offering. This is where the platform sells its equity to the public in the form of tokens. So in this case, in July 2022, LMP begins the offering phase. During this phase, people may buy ownership in the asset, and they are buying directly from LMP. This is phase 1. If and only if all of the initial offering is sold, they move to phase 2. Phase 2 is where the asset is put on the marketplace, where token holders may buy and sell tokens between one another. So this post is saying that all of the 51% on initial offer had been purchased, and now tokens are able to be freely traded between other token holders, with LMP no longer owning any share of the asset. That's why the post then says, the LMP community now controls the future of the card and will take part in all decisions made. Because the token holders have a majority ownership in the card, they should, in theory, have control over what happens to it, including whether or not it is sold to a third party or through an auction. And this decision process is supposed to be controlled through a vote. Unfortunately, however, all of this is a total lie. And by all of this, I really do mean all of this. Nothing about this post is true. When Logan Paul claimed you could co-own assets, he was lying. When the co-founder, Ryan Bahadouri, went around touting in promotional pieces that buying a token gives you genuine ownership over that asset, he was lying. When LMP stated that the community now controlled the future of Logan's card, it was lying. The entire premise of the platform was never true. Now, what I'm first going to do is explain how Liquid Marketplace was a scam in general, perpetrated by multiple people, not just Logan Paul. And then we will circle back specifically to Logan afterwards to wrap up everything in a nice, neat bow. Remember a few years ago there was this massive drama around established titles? The problem was that creators were telling their viewers that people really got to purchase and own land.
Well, this is a little bit kooky, bud. Oso technically owns land in Scotland now, which means he's a lawyer.
Okay, so let me see this thing.
There's this really cool company called Established Titles, and you can actually buy land in Scotland. And if you look here, you can actually find his actual plot number.
How much land does he own?
He owns 1 square foot of land in Scotland. And
but this was all a lie. You weren't purchasing land at all. It was all just make-believe. Established titles still kept ownership of
what?
And when you
Come on! I started and dumped a mag into him! What the fuck was this? What the fuck was this, piece of shit cocksucker developer? I shot him with a 50 cal twice and dumped a mag into him! You suck dick, developer! You suck dick!
Marketing, including from Logan Paul's own mouth, said that you could co-own collectibles, but that wasn't true, and you had no ownership or control. And it's this false advertising and the misleading statements that are partially responsible for the Ontario Securities Commission bringing proceedings against LMP.
Fucking stupid piece of shit! You're about to get fucking owned too, you fucking piece of shit, fucking lost. Fuck you, asshole! Fuck you!
Stick to this ownership issue for now.
Worthless piece of shit! You wasted both of our times! Cocksucker!
Perpetrated a fraud on its investors. Approximately $2.7 million had been obtained by LMP from the sale of LMP tokens to LMP token purchasers. LMP, Bahadouri, and Nigdal made false and misleading statements to token purchasers, including that LMP tokens represent legal ownership in underlying collectibles. So this false advertising is a big deal, and such a big deal that the OSC outright calls it fraud. But here is where the alleged fraud gets really interesting, because notice that number, $2.7 million. The OSC is saying that by the time they filed this action in June 2024, LMP had only taken in $2.7 million from the sale of tokens. This doesn't make sense. When Logan Paul offered 51% of his PSA 10 Illustrator on LMP, it was valued at $5 million. So the total amount of tokens available for purchase was $2.55 million, which apparently sold out. And that was just one card. LMP listed many other collectibles as well. For example, a PSA 8 Pikachu Illustrator with a total value of $1.1 million, which also apparently sold out. We know it was supposed to have sold out.
I shot that guy with a 50 cal twice, motherfucker!
It only happens once all of the initial...
I shot that guy with a 50 cal twice, motherfucker! Twice, motherfucker! Before I put a whole another mag into him with a fucking purple weapon. And you suck dick because you're a piece of shit cocksucker developer. Fuck you, Epic. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, piece of shit cocksucker developer? Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, piece of shit cocksucker baby boomer? What the fuck was that, cocksucker developer? What the fuck was that? Motherfucker, I put 250 cows into that guy for 200 damage before I dumped a mag into him and he won somehow. What the fuck was that? It's because you suck dick, developers. Your shortcoming. I don't know what it is yet, but I know you're never going to make money in this industry ever again, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker software developer. Fuck you. Worthless piece of shit software developer. Fuck you. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you.
offering is sold. This mechanic was made crystal clear by LMP employee Avic on their subreddit. So already, with just these 2 cards alone, that's $3.6 million, more than what the company took in total for its entire existence. And you can see on the marketplace there were a bunch of other expensive items as well. How is this possible? It doesn't seem to make any sense. Well, the truth is that it isn't possible, and the reason this discrepancy exists is because, according to the OSC, LMP was lying about their collectibles being sold out. The complaint states, LMP represented to actual and prospective token purchasers that LMP tokens represent legal fractional ownership of the underlying collectibles, including that LMP tokens are offered for pre-order on an initial drop, and only once all tokens for a collectible are fully sold on the initial drop does the collectible move to the marketplace, where token purchasers can trade their fractional ownership with other LMP platform users. Contrary to these representations, LMP moved collectibles to the marketplace that had not sold out on the initial drop, and deposited the unsold LMP tokens into LMP platform accounts that were owned or controlled by the LMP principals or their affiliates. In a nutshell, LMP lied to the public by telling them that all of the tokens had been sold when they hadn't, and then moved the collectibles to the marketplace when only a fraction of the actual tokens had been purchased. The reason for lying about this is pretty obvious. The truth is that not enough people were interested in purchasing these stupid tokens to buy out an entire collectible. Therefore, they would have never made it to the marketplace. So because of this, the entire business model is instantly killed. The way these platforms make money is by taking a fee whenever tokens are traded. So if people aren't trading, no fees are collected, and no money is made. Also, lying to the public and claiming that items were being sold out, especially very quickly, like they represented, can give people the impression that tokens were in high demand, which can entice people on the fence to purchase. Ultimately, however, Liquid Marketplace, even with all of the lies and hype, was a complete and utter failure, especially for initial investors. And when I say investors, I don't mean the people buying tokens. I mean that before launching LMP, Logan and the other co-founders raised over $10 million in capital. They raised $10 million in capital, but the company only took in $2.7 million in revenue. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but those returns don't seem very good. The founders of LMP did very well for themselves, however. In the OSC complaint, there were only 3 people listed, but just those 3 principals alone received millions in compensation. Originally, these 3 gentlemen lied to the OSC, claiming that they only received a salary of around $100,000 each and only for 1 year, in 2022. But after further investigation, the OSC uncovered that these 3 individuals paid themselves hundreds of thousands of dollars in salaries each and extracted millions from LMP to companies they owned. From everything I've seen, it's hard to tell if the real fraud was only supposed to be the initial capital these guys raised and then used to enrich themselves. They certainly didn't take that capital and invest it into LMP. The website was atrociously unstable. Most of the time the website was down or simply unusable. In late 2022, the CEO said a mobile app was almost ready and would be launched very shortly.
A mobile application is absolutely paramount to the success of Liquid Marketplace. That mobile application is almost ready. I'm pleased to announce we're going through finishing touches. We're going through the final approval processes, and that will be launched very shortly for you guys to enjoy. Stay tuned.
Though of course, the mobile app never came. Throughout early 2023, the LMP social media accounts were kept on life support by a couple of low-level employees, but the principals and co-founders all vanished and left their platform behind to rust from the inside out. A September 2023 Instagram reel announcing 4 new upcoming features that also never came is the last time LMP made any update on their socials. As of right now, the website has been down for years, and from the reports I've heard, most users simply lost everything. So it seems pretty clear to me and the OSC that the officers and owners were in all likelihood just looking to take investor money, pretend to run a business for a short time, and then bail with everyone's cash when it inevitably fell apart. Ultimately, it looks like investors in LMP lost $10 million and LMP token holders lost a couple of million as well. And now LMP is staring down the barrel of a huge legal battle. LMP was a failure. But let's return to our hero, Logan Paul, and his PSA 10 Pikachu illustrator, because that's the incident that has recently plunged this now years-old saga back into the spotlight. In December 2025, Netflix released Season 3 of their show, King of Collectibles, The Golden Touch. This show centers around the founder and CEO of Golden Auctions, Ken Golden. And in Episode 3 of Season 3, Logan Paul agreed to sell his PSA 10 Pikachu illustrator through Golden Auctions.
This card means a lot to me. It is the grail of the #1 popular franchise in the world, Pokemon, right? It's the card. It's the only PSA 10. You will write the check right now? Yes. You got the funds? I'd have to, of course. I have to say, my heart tells me to do this deal with you, and so I will do the deal with you. Great.
This left a lot of people head-scratching, because the last thing anyone had heard about this card is that it was majority owned by LMP token holders. So it didn't make sense that Logan Paul could then go and auction it off without their consent. This is the inciting incident that has caused Logan Paul to get back into hot water. Selling the most expensive Pokemon card in the world brought a lot of attention back to LMP, and people realized that things weren't adding up. This prompted Logan to make a statement on Twitter, and we are going to go through his post in detail because once again, it's full of lies. Logan states, as you may know, the PSA 10 Pikachu illustrator was previously listed on Liquid Marketplace, which users could purchase tokens that, according to the company, represented fractional ownership interests in the card. This is such a misleading statement, because while the company did say tokens represent fractional ownership, it wasn't just the company. It was Logan himself as a co-founder.
As a co-founder of Liquid Marketplace, I believe we're set to level the playing field by allowing anyone to own a piece of the world's rarest collectibles.
We have the most elusive, top-tier, rarest assets in the world for the entire world to own.
This was a very hard decision to make, but yes, I will be listing this card on a platform that I co-founded called Liquid Marketplace. It allows co-ownership of top-tier assets, so instead of one person, me owning this card, we as a collective can co-own it together.
Explain Liquid Marketplace. Liquid Marketplace. Okay.
What it is fractional ownership. Fractional ownership. So if you want to be a collector and you can't maybe afford an original or a Triceratops skull, you can buy a piece of it if you believe in the Triceratops skull market.
Logan even directly told Time Magazine in April 2022 that Liquid Marketplace allowed people to own top-tier assets.
I do care about the collectible industry, and I want to see as many people own top-tier assets as possible, and this being the vehicle to that made perfect sense.
So it's insane to me that he would pin this representation on the company and not himself. And notice how he said, according to the company, not that tokens actually did represent fractional ownership. He phrased it this way because the representation was false and he knows it. So he can't say the tokens did represent ownership, only that that's what the company told the public. He continues, in May 2024, consistent with the platform's terms, I repurchased the card. I paid a substantial buyout amount to the platform, which was intended to be distributed to fractional owners based on their respective percentages. I was informed at the time that funds had been distributed accordingly. This is where things get really spicy. The LMP website is now defunct, and has been for a while. But using the Wayback Machine, I can go and check the platform's terms of service at that time. And these terms are extremely interesting. It says that when the owner of a collectible, called the collector, lists an item on the marketplace, it gets placed into the name of a wholly owned subsidiary of LMP, called the custodian, pursuant to a custody agreement. So the entire collectible gets put into the name of a subsidiary of LMP, which means that now LMP has full control over the entire asset. It then says that when you purchase a token and become a token holder, you shall be deemed to have entered into that custody agreement for that collectible. And what does the custody agreement entail? Well, the custody agreement states that neither the collector nor an individual token holder will have the right to take possession of the collectible or direct the custodian in any manner whatsoever, unless an individual acquires sole ownership of the tokens associated with a collectible. So unless you own 100% of the tokens of a collectible, LMP retains complete control over it. Therefore, the terms expressly stated that Logan had no power to simply buy his card back. However, luckily for Logan, there was a loophole that did allow him to get his card back. The terms also describe the process of a buyout, i.e. someone buying the collectible back from LMP. The terms state that LMP may allow users to purchase all of the tokens associated with a certain collectible without the other token holders associated with that collectible executing
5
a
down,
sale.
10 up.
Meaning that if LMP decides to initiate a buyout, token holders can have all of their tokens bought from them at any time without them having any power to stop it. The only condition that must be met for LMP to initiate a buyout is that someone first acquires the minimum number of tokens associated with that collectible, called the buyout threshold. However, the buyout threshold is not a fixed amount. It's literally just whatever LMP decides it is at any given time. The terms even explicitly state that the minimum number of tokens is something that LMP may establish from time to time. LMP
Killed
can
him!
make the threshold 90% one day and 10% the next day, and there is nothing in the terms to prevent them from doing it. So technically, Logan is correct. While the custodian did have full control over the card, and neither token holders nor Logan could do anything to direct the custodian, this didn't mean that LMP couldn't simply decide to sell the card back to Logan at any time. After all, LMP sets the rules. Logan still owned 49% of the card, so all LMP would need to do is make the buyout threshold less than 49%, which they can do whenever they want. And then LMP can simply allow Logan to exercise a buyout at their discretion. And there is not a single thing the other token holders can do about it.
4
Which,
down,
as we will
7
find
up.
out, is exactly what happened. And this is where the beautiful convenience of when Logan Paul bought back his card becomes apparent. That date, May 2024. Gee whiz, that's right before LMP was hit with legal action from the OSC. This was very lucky timing. Logan retrieved his card just before the findings of the OSC's investigation were made public, accusing LMP of defrauding the public with misrepresentations. The reason this is lucky timing is because it is almost certain that Logan's card was a tool in that fraud. And that fact becomes readily apparent when you find out just how much Logan paid to buy back his card. According to a Collect article, Logan told them he bought the card back for $250,000. This is shocking. If the public bought 51% of the card for $2.5 million in 2022, that means on its face, it looks like he purchased it back at 10% of the price in 2024, thus pocketing the other 90%. However, this is probably not what happened. Remember, LMP was lying about how many tokens were sold, and then moving assets to the marketplace for trading without selling out. So it's impossible for us to know exactly how much was actually sold. It's entirely possible that LMP only sold $250,000 of tokens, and Logan bought them all back at the same price. Though if that is the case, it raises another problem. If Logan paid $250,000 to get his card back, it means he was aware of either one of two possibilities. If Logan believed that all of the tokens were sold at $2.5 million, then he must have also believed he was buying them back at 10% of what he sold them for. So at best, it means he was fully aware he defrauded the public of $2.25 million. And to make it clear, the reason I'm saying this would be fraud is because that's what the OSC called it. Logan made misrepresentations to the public to get them to buy tokens.
Yeah!
And 90% of that money for himself when he purchased the tokens back.
I
This
got
is the
it!
best case scenario. That's the scenario if Logan thought all of the tokens were sold, which is what his company that he was a co-founder of told the public. However, if this scenario is true, why would Logan say his repurchase at 10% of the value was a substantial buyback? That would be a straight up lie. His buyback would be more accurately described as a complete robbery. The other scenario is that Logan was always aware that only $250,000 of tokens were sold, or maybe even less, and that's why he feels comfortable.
So here's the lesson, guys. Don't be the guy who tried to kill the guy. I'm sorry, let me just mute it. Don't be the guy who tried to kill the guy by cheating from far away. Be the guy who sat there in the center and got the kill anyways. Be that guy who sat there in the center and got that win anyways. Be that in your heart. Be that in your mind. Be that guy who sat there and got the kill anyways, despite all the cheating and bullshit that you were up against. I sat there down to the last second, didn't I? And I was like, fuck this guy, I'm gonna fight this if I'm gonna fight this, didn't I? And I got him, didn't I? I got him, didn't I? And this is the lesson. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Skycatlive is here to tell you, don't ever give up!
Buying them back at that amount. If less than $250,000 were sold, then his claim of a substantial buyback would actually be justified. And personally, I'm leaning towards this second scenario as being the correct one. Logan would have received the proceeds from the sale of the tokens, as he was giving up his interest in the card. So he should have known how much money he received for it. And when he saw that only $250,000 or less hit his bank account for the card, he would have known immediately that all of the tokens weren't sold. Logan loves to skirt the edges of what is or isn't obviously illegal. This tweet is perfectly crafted to be as technically true as it can be without giving away the fact that he was complicit in the fraud committed by LMP. According to the company, consistent with the platform terms, substantial buyback. Technically, these could all be true, and in a vacuum, these wouldn't be illegal. But with the knowledge that Logan co-founded the company, and probably had intimate knowledge of what was going on behind the scenes, it leads me to believe he was just as culpable as the other principals listed in the OSC's complaint. And the date of the purchase of the card lines up perfectly with this inference. Though it's even worse when you find out what the actual token holders were told at the time. On May 30, 2024, LMP announced to the token holders that they could vote on if Logan's card would be sent to auction. And a big thanks to Rattle Pokemon for providing me these emails he got a hold of from token holders. Rattle Pokemon has been following the LMP scam since it was launched, and was also kind enough to have a call with me to clarify some details. I will put a link to his channel in the description, so subscribe to him if you want to continue following this story and stories like it. As I said, in this announcement, token holders were supposed to vote on if the card should be sent to auction, with the proceeds being split amongst token holders. If 80% of the token supply voted yes, the card would be auctioned off. There are just two problems. The card never went to auction. It was bought by Logan. And secondly, LMP was lying about selling out all of the tokens and putting unsold tokens into LMP platform accounts that were owned or controlled by the LMP principals. So assuming only $250,000 of tokens were sold, that's 10% of the token supply. The rest would have been dumped into LMP-controlled accounts, and therefore LMP had control over 90% of the token supply. Thus, this vote would have been a total sham. Whatever LMP wanted to do, they could do just by starting a vote and then voting on whatever outcome they wanted. With the public owning only 10%, they had no say whatsoever. Even with the knowledge this vote was always a smokescreen, it gets even weirder when, after the voting period ended, token holders received an email saying that the card had been bought out. This makes it abundantly clear that this wasn't a real vote, and LMP were just sending out manual emails to make it seem like a vote had happened. But in doing so, they sent out the wrong email. LMP told holders they were voting on whether to send the card to auction, but received confirmation that the buyout vote had ended. These are two different mechanics, and the buyout email was obviously just a template that was supposed to have the buyout value inserted, but never was. The email simply said, token holders have decided to accept the buyout offer of value. What's even funnier though, is that around this time, the website was non-functional. So even if there was a proper vote, there wasn't a live platform to do it on. Now let's go back to Logan's tweet, because his next paragraph is the most dishonest yet. According to Logan, unfortunately, after he bought back the card, the company and some of its principals faced regulatory scrutiny, a process in which he has no involvement or insight, as it does not relate to him. This is a flat-out lie. LMP did not face scrutiny after the buyout. An active investigation had already occurred and proceedings were about to be filed. The complaint was filed on the 19th of June 2024, only a couple of weeks after token holders were told their card had been bought out. God knows how long the OSC's investigation took, but we can say for certain that LMP wasn't oblivious to the fact they were being investigated. According to the complaint, it states clearly that over the course of the Commission's investigation, each of the LMP principals attended compelled interviews under oath. So they were actively being investigated and being forced into depositions throughout the investigation. So they were well aware of what was going on. And especially since, as according to the OSC, initially the LMP principals provided false and misleading information to the Commission, hiding the true nature and total amount of money misappropriated for their benefit. Now, before we piece everything together, we need to understand why it was so lucky that Logan Paul bought back the card mere weeks before this complaint was filed. It's because if LMP still held the card at the time of the filing, it would have been functionally impossible to offload it back to Logan. Given that the card was the most expensive asset, and ownership of the card was misrepresented so much to the public, which the OSC labeled as fraud, if they tried to offload the card after this complaint was filed, it would have been seen as retaliatory. It would have been seen as a response to the filing itself. Basically, it would have been perceived by the OSC and the public as a holy shit, we just got hit with fraud charges, let's immediately sell our most expensive asset that was involved in the fraud before it's seized. This would not have been a good look. That's why it was really convenient that the card was sold just before this legal action was taken, because now Logan can claim ignorance. Hey, he had no idea his company was being investigated for fraud. He had no idea that his other co-founders were lying to the OSC and misappropriating money. He can claim that he had no idea this was happening, so his buyback was completely in good faith. And that is exactly what he's doing. As Logan Paul stated in his tweet, this regulatory scrutiny only came after the purchase and doesn't relate to him, so he has no involvement or insight. He is just a mere innocent bystander. It's also amazing how with CryptoZoo, Logan was touting how amazing his team was, only to then turn around and say they are convicted criminals and the ones to blame for CryptoZoo's downfall.
Well, we have a massive team behind it and are probably out of pocket $1 million just because we believe it's going to work. Yeah. A development team that has to be wizards because you're dealing with blockchain, people's money, transactions.
And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual like Zach Keller? I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and his hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional con man that I have since learned fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and now me.
And with Liquid Marketplace, Logan also touted how amazing his team and the CEO Ryan Bahadori was when talking with Time Magazine.
If you find the right people and the right teams, like when I found Ryan and the gang at Liquid, I was like, okay, these guys have a great head on their shoulders.
But after the OSC accused Bahadori of fraud, suddenly Logan has nothing to do with the company and nothing to say. He does the exact same thing with every single scam he's involved with. It is never his fault, and he never takes responsibility for the actions of the teams he himself built.
Hey guys, my name is Amin Nikdal, and I'm one of the co-founders of Liquid Marketplace, where my role is to manage everything to do with the company's technology. With the help of my two other co-founders, Ron Bahadori and Logan Paul, as well as the rest of our amazing team, we're trying to make this a reality.
Logan also followed up by stating that he recently learned that the platform also experienced operational issues which affected user access to accounts and funds held on the platform, which is true. The website has been down for years, and most users lost all of their money because it's impossible to make a withdrawal when there is no website to do it on. Apparently Logan is working on bringing the website back online, but we'll have to see what actually happens. Logan said the website could be up and running in 2 to 3 weeks. That was a month ago, and we haven't heard anything since, so I wouldn't hold your breath. We all know what happened the last time Logan promised that a platform was coming.
Trust me, CryptoZoo is coming. I will make damn sure of it.
The question that immediately came to my mind once I pieced everything together was why wasn't Logan named on the complaint if he was complicit? He also lied to the public just like the other principals, and the nature and timing of his buyback suggests to me that he had intimate knowledge of what was going on, that the company was being investigated, and that it was about to be hit with legal action. So if he knew what was going on, lied to the public, was a co-founder of the company, and was instrumental in building the platform, why is his name absent? Well, first I'll just say that I can't prove what Logan does or doesn't know, and exactly how much he knew throughout LMP's existence. I can only infer it based on the information that is public. I can say that the other co-founders committed fraud and misappropriated funds because that's what the OSC found in their investigation. But we don't know if Logan himself took a salary, if he sent money to one of his companies, or how much he was involved in the day-to-day business decisions. We don't know exactly what his involvement was. All I know for sure is that he made misrepresentations to the public about the company and that he's still lying now. But I guess the most likely reason Logan isn't named in the complaint is because he is located outside of Canada. LMP and the three principals named are all based in Ontario. So it makes sense that the Ontario Securities Commission named them in the complaint. The OSC does not have jurisdiction over entities outside of Canada, so that makes investigations into entities outside of Canada very difficult. They cannot compel Logan Paul to do an under-oath interview like they did with the other founders. They can't compel Logan Paul to produce documents. If the OSC really wanted to investigate Logan Paul, they would have to go through the SEC or DOJ. But when international entities need to work together, this greatly increases not only the time of the investigation, but also the cost. It could take years to subpoena Logan Paul to produce or do anything, and would probably cost even more to investigate than what he potentially stole. Whereas the three guys the complaint listed were already within their jurisdiction, so they could compel whatever they wanted and do it quickly and cheaply. So they likely decided it wasn't worth it to go after someone based in the US. Even if the OSC did have the belief that Logan Paul misappropriated funds or was as culpable as the other principals listed, it still might not be worth trying to go after him for it. So that's my guess. And I guess that just like the other 50 scams that Logan Paul has been involved with, this one also won't see Logan facing any legal action. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
What? I shot him first! What are you talking about? Piece of shit! Cocksucker! Brain dead! Developer! Fuck you! I shot first! What are you talking about? And he's out because he sucks dick. He never should have crossed swords with me. I'm better with him. The only reason he got me is because the piece of shit cocksucker brain dead developer gave him an advantage for no reason. Every single time I fight these pieces of shit, I dump 7 to 10 headshots into them. They get 1 and I lose. That's because piece of shit cocksucker developers are out there to lose their fucking company. Fuck them. Please switch weapons and jump. Please get me out of this fucking room. Piece of shit cocksucker developer. Fuck you. Get me out of that room. Piece of shit cocksucker developer. Get me out of this room. Got him. Fucking idiots! Fucking idiot! Piece of shit cocksucker! Fuck you, you wasted both of our runs, you press W! Piece of shit cocksucker! Moron! Please let me in the car. 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 It just won't let me. It literally will not let me. It will not let me in this car. Please let me in this car. Nope, that car is done. Popped him! Sorry. Oh. 2 mags into him! You piece of shit! Cocksucker! Developer! With his back turned, I dumped 2 mags into him before he fired! What the fuck was this piece of shit? Cocksucker! Brain dead! Fucking developer! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Jesus Christ, the piece of shit cocksucker, brain dead, low IQ developers embarrassing us, stealing money from us. Jesus fucking Christ. I hope you lose your companies, you stupid piece of shit cocksucker, brain dead fucking assholes. I fucking hope you lose your companies, you fucking loser pieces of shit. Fuck you, fucking assholes. Fuck you.